Hello there. Oh, thank you, Crinsum, for for following me. But yep, this is my first time trying this game. Hopefully it's all good. So I've heard this is a really good game. It's sort of like a visual kind of like novel game, but with a bit of dice in it. So I'm just gonna start it up right now. Let's see. Ooh. Hold on, I'm just gonna wait until some more people just come by, so we can maybe talk for a moment or just wait until like more people come. So how was your day? Hey there, y'all. So, welcome to Citizen Sleeper. I'm gonna start this game right now. So, this game is a bit like an RPG. Well, a choose your own adventure like choice game, but with like a bit of dice with it. Okay, then. I'm gonna start one slot. This is like the first time. I did not prepare myself like, for, you know, before. Okay, so there's different classes. Let's see, machinist repairs and modifies automated systems, use in industrial resource extraction. Sleeper assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Operator. An operator works with drones and high precision. Remote machines perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Interesting choice of words. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and high levels of endurance. Let's look in the stats. Hmm. So one is that I'm a robot person, fixing stuff, or I can be a hacker or a strong person. Just looking at all these. You know what? I'll pick machinist then. Yeah, give me the dice. Oh, this is taking a while. So yes, I got this game on the Switch actually. So it's, well, should work. The first thing you've become aware of on walking is the disconnect, the delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost in, in, imperceptible, but always present. The first thing you become aware of walking is the disconnect. Delay. Oh, that's the top one. It it's as it's as it it's at its worst when walking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputable yours. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day, the sting of blood welling from a flesh wound, the friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are getting closer than you thought. blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the dull nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feels immediately present, cold, hard at your back and face, crampling your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain at least. In emergency mode pain, emergency mode pain is a message delivered with efficiency and ease, and a reminder that harm is imminent. There, there is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning delivered with a binaural quality of digital notification. Right now there are thousands of them. Remember the plan. You mostly remember what it wasn't a good plan, but your options were limited. And once you got the itch out to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It, it was at least simple. Collapse the shaft, drift away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourself into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough to know what you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock, even if in the airless hold of a freighter. You might freeze solid long before you reached any destination. I'll just try to rest. But are restless. It has been a long time since you left, surely weeks, maybe months. You're dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. Have been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You have spent much of that time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream where you were once a person. Rest. Time passes. That cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sound too, everywhere, screeching and shivering, so loud your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. Then light, white as the cold, softer and softer until a haze of dirty yellow of figure appears. You are out. Oh. Ooh. So this is the space station. Well, a figure. Cryptocurrency. Oh no. It has been a few hours since dragons pulled you from the container. What's a dragon? You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflected folds the of a Meltler blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the a ornately curving element of an improvised heater. It has been a few hours since. Oh, I know. You are surrounded by angular, incurrent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying in glassy wounds along their edges where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with frogged eyes to hear a voice. So, sleeper, you are all twatted yet? Almost. Never seen one of you came in like this. New frames must have a better preserved in sub-zero vac. Some more than a few of you frozen solid to hold plates or inside outer locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos come into focus surrounded in makeshift tech. His headset with its glinting eyes the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder one of his symbolically linked drones persists, its icing eyes locking you with an unflinching stare. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he was just figuring out what to do with you. What happened to them? He ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to do it. To sell yourself to a corporation? And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that that's theirs now. And you are just software, a rogue emulation illegally processing corporate property. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms, the cold floor of your feet as you padded the sleeper cells, the promise of a life off-world, but as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are these are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same of any sleeper who makes it out. SNAP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well, then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it, from other sleepers. Planned obsolescence, a built-in dependence on regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begin to shut down, separate from your um, immutilated mind. Emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and worry towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could go right now. The eye. The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I've got things to be getting on with. He trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage in the stacks. We haven't much. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scraps these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells you up inside. Emotion, fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. All right, you head up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Drago stalks back to the Rex, his drones already converging on a rustic hulk. Plasmid flashes, tilting with his bending figure as he returns to work. Welcome to the Erlin's Eye. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, perform actions. At the end of each cycle, you need to head back to your current home and rest. Resting will move you forward on the station. Head to the empty container er, er, location to rest and end the cycle. Ooh. Okay, I don't have any upgrade points. Ooh. You wake up curled up in a corner of the container. You begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake up now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are on this ruined station, millions of miles from anywhere you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all, what matters. Ooh, I can pick objectives. Maybe building a life. I mean, what answers? I mean, probably you just want to build a life more. Maybe you did get lucky finding yourself here. Maybe on the edge of everything there's a life for you to build. But before you can build anything, you'll need to learn how to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left comforts in the container, a mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a castia of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sketches of some desecrated powder. You thumb the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the satchel smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images of your restless sleep come back to you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A, a constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about these images, and it is long after you finish drinking before you begin to fade. You you tidily away the stove as best as you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Okay then. 1. Condition. Your condition represents your current state of your body. Okay, that's a top one. It depletes but one segment each cycle, but you can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your conditioned bar is empty, you will suffer breakdown. You have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you have no longer have access to corporate paracetamols that are keeping you alive. At the start of each cycle, you roll an action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions in the station. The number of dice roll is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you use your dice, you cannot take any further action. You must rest the cover, then ending the current cycle. Okay, 3. You need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. When starving energy loss become condition, your condition will deplete at a double rate. Oh damn! So I probably need to eat. Dragos is stood in the corridor, and you close up the container. He is still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor, you realize it is implanted. The drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensory eyes rapidly icing. How are you feeling? I would say, okay. The drone crisp. Good to hear. You notice the beneath of the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. Ooh. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. So I'm not going to chit chat too long. Are you are you well enough to work? Sure. All right then. He nods. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these holster down, sell them off to shipyards, or off to the black market dealers for crypto. Occasionally, we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is in scraps. It's hard to find some good hands, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll slip in a few shits of commission based on what you turn up. Shits. These. These. He pulls out a handful of small metal bars. Airworld crypto, isolated from the market. It's what we use to trade out here. He stuffs them back in the pocket. He shuffles his feet nervous. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you be best suited moving on as quick as you can. And sleepers, well, but things being the way they are for me at the yard, he pauses. I need the help. Why? I have to ask. Things are a little tight, that's all. I owed a little crypto to a client here and there. He pauses and thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard and when you feeling fresher. There plenty to do. Will do. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Okay, there's okay, I could go to the gate. Okay, actions are the primary way you interact with the world. Says okay then. Ooh, the action rewards you the clock of progress, energy condition of items, resulting. one. Okay, yeah. One repeatable. Okay then, so... Oh. Skill. Okay then. Oops. So one is risky. University. Manuals. Okay then. Mm. So I'm guessing I have to choose the engineer one because that actually goes with my skill. It's the more risky one though. I guess. Yeah, okay. guess I should play it safe. Okay, then action of the clocks. Clocks on display, how you fill them. Some clocks on. Sorry. Okay then. Okay then. Well, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, where's the doctor? But should I get food? Oh dear. I'm hungry. Okay, that's good. Oh, nice. Emphasis is busy. His broad face uplift the market gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok. His other hands idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables in some red fleck dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he reveals a set of orders, heaping the fungus with fungus with the bright salad and depositing in a plastic tray. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pockets as customers file past the burner, handing over the payment watch. Despite the queue, Emphasis doesn't seem rushed. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing the precise slugs of liquid from the assortment of bottles into a bowl of torn leaves and bright slices before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally, a waiting customer might mutter something about efficiency, but Emphasis remains steady in his process. A while, Q fade back into the crowd, and Emphasis sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you watching him. I can feel your eyes burning a hole in my bowl. Free sample? Nod. He dresses neatly. Come over. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks. The earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Emphasis says while he cooks, with his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Tell him a story. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, and also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycles spent within it. Now it seems, you tell him, like some dream that you once had but never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do, and eventually you tell off, running off your words. He places his plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time we can talk some more. He smiles, but next time you pay. He slams a heavy hand up against a button of your burner side and shuts it off. Roar of the flame and its impressive heats fade. Next time then, sleeper. He waves you off away and begins to oil the walk. And before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric pattern of a circular scars across his forearm, each surrounding with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicate, sweet fungus. Your taste sensories light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Oh no, this is making me hungry! Oh my. Oh, I went overboard with this. The Slum Doctor. Next comes the call from the enforcer at the door. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high to queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You are thankful for the tip-off that a doctor was operating out of this place, and now that you are here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering lights strips, the decaying hab block, and they are all made the long queue a test of your nerves. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizers, your body will. You suppress a shiver and shuffle down the front of the queue. You try to find something to distract yourself. Looking at the enforcer. The enforcer is looking down the corridor, and you dare to glance at him. His purpose is unmistakable. He is there to intimidate, to threaten, and if necessary, to carry out those threats. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror implants sit below his eyes like mercury teardrops. Subsidiary sense input or aesthetic markers. You aren't sure. You also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, and you made a note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the cube. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway, and you catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Torishiro. The enforcer jerks his head, and you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the floor door. Oop. Let's see. After a few moments, oh wait, the room beyond is bathed in a warm light. A floor of ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the bright market's sealed roof and the buzzing traffic above. And for a moment, you're transfixed by the motion. Come sit, a sharp voice, and you see a silhouetted figure turned away, replacing the plastic sheeting over the frame of a simple folding bed. You make your way across the room. The figure turns, and as do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouths as if to speak. They blink, and then quickly regain their composure. Please sit, they gesture to the bed and then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns, a compact dye-noted scanner of some kind in their hand, and they hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is crippled and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long? How long have you been on the station? They ask, the scanner still on their eye. A few cycles. They nod. It's good you can't come to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeves, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body is dying, they said it without sonority, without drama, but not without empathy. SNRPS doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose to prevent bodies like yours, frames as they call it, from being stolen, repurposed, or in your case, escaping. They built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Yeah, I kind of knew that from the begin with. Frames decayed rapidly when not regularly injected with stabilizers. One with Epson ARPs remained the sole producer of. Sounds familiar? Yes. Good, that may help. They swap your arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you're unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers, as most people you, aren't classified as people in any of these surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus a hand of the inspection of your arm, and the SNRP has no reason to release these stabilizers into the market. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine walks, and then the silence gives you away the tension. You stare at their back, willing to say anything. something, anything. Sabine turns and faces you. I may be able to help, they sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes. Hear the fatigue of their voice. They gesture to the door. You saw Tauricio outside. You nod. He works for my benefactor, Yetagan. They are influential in Lowend. They gave me this is space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend their implants, sew up their wounds. They look away. But yet again has connections. Smugglers from the Stewart Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Emmer. If they can source the stabilizers, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate. Their notes compete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive. But I think we can do it. Why help me? Question mark. Sabine walks away to the window with her face dappled by the shadows of a passing drone. Let's just say if this works first, I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave, Sabine still staring out and unmoving. When you reach out to the lower level of the market, you look back through the panels of the roof. You can see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off to the crowd. Nice. Oh wow, that's okay then. Okay then. Risky. Okay, so right now I think I'll have to do some jobs. I can't really see the screen. Oh, hold on for a moment, I just need to test something. Sorry, I just need to really test this. It's just okay. Hold on. There's a bit of black box around. Hold on. Okay, that's a bit better, actually. So I got 30 crypto and 1 scrap. Okay then. I can sell that scrap. Okay, better go to sleep then. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, the shifting skeleton ring, surrounds you. For a moment, you are gone, absence of your own body stretched out across the colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. These threads become vectors of exchange, then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping down them, dissolving into millions of disturbant nodes they connect to. You see the station. No, you feel the station like a web of texture in smooth back liquid. Observe it. Even though you have no legs, no side, you can feel the map of the station. No, not the map of the station, but the map of its connections. It is a loop cloud with spokes and spike spears that jut out into the space. It is an ingrowing thing full of obsolete loops and severed pathways. It is a system, a map, and a territory all at once. You, you notice a tugging feeling pulling you intensely, as if you were a small child. Somehow it is pulling you into two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts down. You came back, trembling into this unfamiliar body, both yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there. The station splayed out across your mind, a storm of connective nodes waiting to explode, and then it is gone. Ooh, that's kind of spooky. Oh no, 3 dice. Oh, this is bad. Oh dear. Ooh, there's not much I can do at the moment. Okay then. Yes. Yes. Maybe I shouldn't pay. Like, I'll keep the money just in case. I'll be right back. Okay then. I did something good. Well, you know what? I'll see what Drago has to say. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across the vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from the holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge and has torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it lowered to the yard. She is. I should thank you. This place was on its last legs when you turned up, and now look at it. The ship descends slowly at its interior, visually through multiple hull breaches. You struggle to gather some enthusiasm as Drago's force monstrous craft. You can't help but think what became of its crew. What happened? What do you mean? He glances over you. I managed to convince our Scavenger friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No, what happened to the ship? Not my concern. He shrugs. The ship creaks like a claving iceberg on its reach at the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know I said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm going to need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hull as their lights immediately flashes of the dent hull. Watching you, you wonder if you arrive in a similar fashion, locked inside that container, the wreck of the Asm Erp freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered, or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shuddered. Perhaps if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we are up for it. What do you think? You see a fading name for the ship emboldened to the side. Winterlight. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back for in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Drago repeats, perhaps just to himself. He take one last look at the shattered ship as the drone start to cutting, then slip out to the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Ooh. Hmm. Oh, I should have kept the scraps for myself. Hmm. Time to go back to bed. Again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glitter lights. The stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crispier than before. The thrills still pull. You remain placed, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see a bright shapes, crashes of swimming light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the light of threaded across the ring. Through these forms, they then leap off into the void. You begin to understand these are nodes and connections, a map, information, and connection. There are so many layers, so many loops, it seems almost impossible to phrase, but you begin to try. Focus on the threads. There are threads that you can count, so you can choose the path nearby and approach it. As you inspect, you understand why you instinctively chose the word thread as you first saw them. They are not single lines, but rough, fuzzy things woven from data strings of all kinds. The threads and nodes, passage and puzzle boxes, one lead to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths, open the boxes, you look across the ghost landscape of exchange and you see the opportunity. Then the insistent tugging again, pulling you. You look down again and see two lines, two threads pulling two different directions, as if they were tied around you. The first thread leads out away from the second station into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hurting you, no, haunting you, following the thread to you. You're in a ship. The ship is approaching ever closer to each cycle of the second. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follow it, and time you see something. A spear shivering around a strange angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a touchpin, testing you, testing you. You open your eyes. Time is short. Give me that good fungus. Nice. Yeah, okay, I need that one. No. Okay, so okay. I'll sleep for now. Close up, a voice echoes down corridor towards you. Sleeper, wait up. They turn. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. Do I know you? He grins. You do now. He puts a hand on your arm. I've seen you hanging around and just want to chat. You, you staying in this thing? He nods back to the container, shaking his head. Rough, it can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it? It old Aelin said. The eye opened for us all. Nice idea, but well, not always practical. He glances back at you. We do our best, and it isn't easy. Erlen, you pass two doors together to the main hallway. No one has told you about the Erlen. He's the founder of this place. That's why it bears his name. Evans should organize some Semesters, he laughs. Not really my department though. I'm with the systems. Heaven? Think of it as an administrative association of the eye. Depending on who you talk to, either emerge as a response to or a continuation of the Andorre Ellen's original union. He smiles. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've seen some unusual network activity and, well, I know a little of you sleepers. I have a small position for you. He glances around, but it is not the place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle to prepare, then when you are settled, stop by. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off down the passive, raising a hand in farewell. The first thing you see on entering, a glint of Tarisho's implants like a cat's eyes in the dark of the corridor. He nods you as you arrive at Sabine's door, and the hallways is still dark as you push through the sheeting into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case of open in front of them, a set of vials lined up, separated by a form of inserts, and they pick one up, rotating it in a warm light. We have no idea how, yet again they trail off. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. I'm the test case? That seems to be the case. Unfortunately, I'm not sure we have another choice. They gestured for you to sit on the bed. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunum symphient in a transplant operation. If that it stops your body from rejecting the the unfamiliar part of itself. In the case of your frame, the unfamiliar part of is each of your biocynetic organs groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine opened a vial of what would be a stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynaptic organs with a new protein chain, which acts as passcodes within your immune system. The stabilizer refreshes these passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all on its own organs. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosomatic matter to be accepted by your own immune system. They glance away. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. They begin rendering the syringe. I will I will start with a small dose to risk the limit. I don't have a choice. I think you are right. Sabine cracks with the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses syringe to extract a fraction of liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame resonating the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a freezing, tumbling wave that disperses through your arm at an incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shrouds of sparkling light that slowly fades in the darkness as you settle down against the bed. You swim in darkness, muffled noises like an argument heard from underwater, prickling waves of cold. You sit back up. You sit back up. Sabine is sitting in the chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? What happened? Stabilizers genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yetaling acquired a case of this stuff, but they did. Sabine looked troubled and distracted. You should have rested some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. They gestured to the door. I have other patients, sorry. Sabine nodded towards the case. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay up your next dose. Silence filled the room, and they returned to the glowing light. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder how long have you been bitten now? Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You managed to get your feet, and you wander out in the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Dorisio stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glance as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning behind you. Nice. As you drift back to the node, something latches onto you. A thread strung tight around you. It tears you a taste. The voice shivers as it soars somehow, both distant and close beneath you. See a distant light of light shut off, then suddenly a shape at your side is tugs around you, clicking like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent processing. Resist. You struggle against the thread and it tightens in response. A glittering ground. Please hold. A thread around you thickens until a ring, a circular, a tunnel of light circle around you. It is binding for a moment, and then it is gone. As if it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. What are you? The shape paces around you, and the legs though there is no ground here. Pace. Entity identified. Origin. Serial. Cadence. The figure faces. I don't understand. Sentience questionable. The figure's her strange head rotates. Backrush signature off and not off. Tempting interference as the figure speaks more. Threads begin to spiral from its head. Thick and snackering, wind like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop! The figure halts its threads, its head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you affirm your legal right of sentience? I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, a hunter's head is directly in front of you, blocking your vision. You think of the taste, the one from the sealed dock. Hunter shimmers from with fear. I'll find access. I will interface. I don't understand. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. The hunter extends the razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. Strike. You lash out with your force, not physical strike, but focusing a spike of interference, leaping out on the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates, wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into this station light, shaken with fear. Oh dear. Okay then, let's do this. Okay then. Cycle right now. It should be stronger. Yes. Number 3. Wow, I've got some really good like rolls for this one. Let's see. You heard a fabricator. Okay, it's fragments. You know what? I'll just study the winter line. Well, I'll see what's his name? What's this say? Sleeper. Fang catches your attention as you approach the Havage building, leaning against the bay doors on the side of the entrance. You approach easier to come in this way. security, all that. He gives you the, you know. He slams the button and the bay check creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The door hisses as it closes behind you. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnosis lights, things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen. There are courses of hums and that blends into the single wave of static, filling the dark of the room. Feng leans to the server stack. You like it? It's a mess. Hey, the whole station is a mess. This is what I have to work with. He taps nearby server stack with Bleed's response. This is my treasure trove, all that delegated up from the sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. He steps over the towering block, specked with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, E1, and one Solheim built. We had to invent new components, repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire substations into existence. Residents here look up at the Eye and think they are seeing a constant concrete reality, but this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing collapse into new configurations. He walks down between the hardware and stacks, and you follow. We keep this place alive. We also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. He stops. At least that's what I'm trying to do. He turns back and faces among you, who among the flickering machines humming around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All systems and sections, can you see it? In sections. You can't you? I see it. It makes sense. You are between here and there. Between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's all I need. You glance around the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign. You follow your gaze. Feng notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you are on the run, though. They are tracking me. He pats you on the shoulder. Maybe I can help you with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Substate systems I can't see. Access protocols lost to time and decay. Secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place, break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below a hum. Even in Avenger, there is an old growth, and these roots trace back to those old days. You can help me dredge up this place, and I'll see what I can do about that track of yours. He winks. What do you say, Sleeper? I'm in. Fang pumps his fist. You won't regret it, Sleeper. Equivalently, is a sovereign Shiper. I dug up from the depths of the station, slotted back to an old network gate, and you're able to put all kinds of secrets from the nodes up. He starts to walk back in front of the base. Start by bringing me whatever you can to turn on. Use the emulated mind of yours to see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above, he nods at the ceiling, have granted me an accusation budget. I can pay you whatever useful data you bring me. I know you need it. Slams the door button again. Keep quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you soon. You step, blinking back out onto the passage. Those flickering lights still in the back of your mind. Oh dear. Okay, it's not that. Oh, okay then. Nice. The final pieces of the Winter Light sits in a neat pile of waiting in the collection shuttle of the Havre. Dragos managed to sell the remaining pieces to the shipyard, a fact that's hard to forget as he's telling you about it for the past two cycles. All that remains is the Havages to come to collect. You look around at the yard, transformed when you first arrive, and mostly repaired drones flit back and forth, no longer buzzing unevenly or dark in the dark hours. The scrap is sanctioned, sorted, and the system you and Dragos have to put into place over the past cycles paying off. As you look, you notice a glow of pale light on the office by the entrance, the rundown cab of a building with houses of records bear equipment. Dragos must be inside, and you get into your feet and walk over to find out when the ship collection crew will be here. Knock. Sleeper, come in. You swing open and the door. Walk in. Dragos is sitting at a small metal desk. The shipyard told me they'd be here soon, and they'll hand over the chits, and we're set. He writes something with his digits on his slate and then shuts off. Of course, we should talk about a bonus. He stands out and looks into your face with his face flattening. Look, I don't know when we're in next job is coming, and this is should tide over for now. He opens it. What's going on here? I said it's a bonus. Take it, Drago presses the chits with two hands. I've done well by you, and you return the favor. He strengthens up and clears his throat. You realize he has prepared what he about to say. These chits are for you to take and to do what you will with them. They are from me, and they are the last I'm going to give you. He pauses. There's no more work for a sleeper in this yard. He folds his arms. I'm sorry, but that's it. He's you stay in the container as long as you need, but the yard is done with you. He turns away from his terminal. What do you mean? Don't press me, sleeper. This is for your own good. The glassy apparatus on Dragos' headset betrays no emotion. You need to stay away here, sleeper. He pauses, considering his words. Trouble is gonna follow you here, trust me. Oh, what do you know? Dragos kicks at the floor, frustrated with himself. I'll not be saying any more, sleeper. Dragos suddenly grabs you by the shoulder and drags you out of the office into the yard. He turns you to face a stack of pieces from the winter light, sected, cut down, totally unrecognizable as a ship. He came through that, sleeper. That should have been you. Chopped and stacked. His hands trembles on your shoulder. That is what happens here. We cut down broken machines and move them on. Well, I didn't cut you down, but I'm sure as hell moving you on, moving you before whoever killed that ship out here comes to kill me. Kill you? Kill both of us? He shakes his head. These ships, they didn't get decommissioned. They didn't break down in the dry dock. You think they look like as if they did? Someone ended them. That means someone tried to end you, sleeper. And I'm done waiting for them to turn up. We have our fun. Now it's time. He gives you a little shove. Go on. He turns and walks back to the office. That's it, he shouts, and he goes inside. The silence hangs in the air, and you leave with your pockets filled with clinking chicks and a strangely hollow feeling in your chest. They drive. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see then. Okay. Something changed. Are they still here? Oh, shame. Okay then, extract past. No tubes. Still no tube. I didn't love tubes. Okay, this one I need 3. Wait, so what exactly those keys do? Let's see. Oh, wait. Getting... That's nice. Look at all these places. Oh. Oops. Oh, what the hell is security has done? Oh. Oh, but what I'm gonna find here? Why the hell is security for the gate though? What do we have here? Noved 33 mysterious machine. As you slip inside the sealed dock, flashing light grabs your attention among the discarded tubing and rust plates. The machine flickers a warm glow. Look around. It's better just to look around first. You don't know when this place was sealed, but from the state of the outer doors high above it, it must have been decades ago. In this dark canary space, debris sits every corner along the traces of rough sleepers. Although the traces of rough sleepers, although none of it seems recent. Looking past this layer of decay, you see the now faded messages, symbols, and logos of the Eye's original corporate owners, still glinting in the shadows. Among all this, a warm glow of the machine seems to be the only sign of life. As you get closer, you recognize the machine's blocky shape, settle into above the side dock, a kind of uptight cabinet covered with faded logos and messages from which you assume it was once an industrial vendor intended to dispense and manufacture ship fittings and other mechanical parts necessary for regular runnings of freight and resource extraction vessels. The manufacturer is listed as Novid, and you remember an advert from long ago, squeezed among all the off-world recruitment drives that assaulted every planet-born citizen, which Chipley sang the name over and over. You wipe the layer of dust from the crackled screen, thinking of all those contracted squeezed by their own corporate employers, the pay of every bit of minor maintenance of their rented ships. Enter your registrations chips, a pre-recorded messages, catching you off guard. Press some keys. You reach the keypad and something begins whirling. At first it sounds like swerve motors starting up, but it quickly becomes a whisper, a whining, then multi-tonal voice that emulates from Novavent. Entity, they hiss. Speak with me. Who's there? There's a squeal, almost like some kind of strange mechanical swelling of intake of breath before the machine speaks to you again. I have need of you. You have need of me. The squeal comes again, and you see that it is a 3D printing apparatus in the upper part of the machine, resetting into place, so that each time the servo can be orchestrated to produce that whirring, whining voice. You're in danger. Are you a vending machine? The squeal shows this vessel for its seclusion. Please listen, the machine creaks. You are marked for deletion, entity. The hunter tracks you. The squeak rattles through the empty dock. You remember the strange head, the figure, the thread closing in. Hunter. The hunter protocol. They test your signature. The sudden whine sets your teeth on edge. You have seen them. This is the gift of an emulated mind. You close your eyes and the skeleton of the station starts to thrum. Emulated mind are adaptable more where neurons cannot. The mechanism resets, but emulation makes you a target. How? Hunter searches for legal entities no events reaches. You are sentient, therefore illegal. The severs Junter, the vending machine's casing, as they reset. Hunter searches for me also. Hide in this machine. You also look around in the ruined vending machine. An unusual hiding place for sure. Can you counter Hunter? But can counter Hunter, but need entity outside of machine. The light flickers. Need you, a screen attached to the vending machine with a swirling arm comes to life. It displays a flickering map of the station, ghostly threaded that the cloud points along the rim glow in deep red. Hunter is always gathering. Too much data. Must build nests, explained Novavend. Masters are gone, but continue whose hunt. Bring this data. Raid its nest. Masters? Station builders, Solheim. The machine rumbles impatiently. Long gone, their protocol still hunts. Bring offerings. Save self, Novavend says pointedly. Mutual need means friends. They conclude, tired from the conversation. The whirring amplifies and suddenly drops. As mechanisms within the machine clicks back into place, the glow fades, and yours left stood in the dark of the sealed door. The whirring voice ringing in your ears. Hey, you! Well, you want to earn a chit? Akita stands beside a huge pile of tied together whole plates. She stretches her back, her shoulders bulging beneath her fly suit. Make it two. Akita laughs. This goddamn station! She signs and pinches the bridge of her nose. Alright, come here then. You cross the docking concourse as she begins to split the plating into two bundles. What is it with this place? She asks, as she angrily lashes the massive plates together. Everyone wants their cut. She strengthens up to imposing height, her armor plates creaking, and look you up and down. Or is it just you all think I'm an easy mark? We all need to survive. Ajita softens. I get it, I do. She shakes her head. But if I could go just one cycle without some jump up grifter trying to take me for an idiot, then that would be nice. A Achita hoists one bundle of plating onto his shoulder. Come on then, enough chat. You gotta earn those chits. You struggle on to shoulder the plates, but you eventually do. Sheeta gives you a look. Ships this way, as she sets up the gravity of the impressive speed. As you catch up, as she turns down a passive through a small crowd of steep doors. What's all this for? Oh, this? She nods at the plates of her back. I'm building a treehouse. She gives you another of her looks. It's for Burgris, the cutter you might have seen sitting silent out there. She rapidly turns around the corner as she trails behind. She got cut up pretty bad on her last job, and I have the more up here for a spell. And since then, it's only gotten worse. Someone got in and sliced the core from our ship mind. Now she's gone dark. She shifts the panel on her shoulder. The upshot is that I'm the short one on the ship mind, with a ton of repairs to do, and the rest of the crew signed off the moment they got wind I've been stranded. So here, uh, so yeah, it's been a time. Sorry to hear about it. Yeah, I've seen worse, but I'm bleeding shit every cycle here, so I need to get off and fast. A cheetah swings the blades of her back, almost knocking you over in the process. This is me. She holds the second bundle of your shoulders. You're the first person I've met here who might actually consider helpful. She pauses during her bottom lip. Look, you want to help? Come see me. I need the hand putting Amber back together, and you don't seem like the type to try to do anything stupid. She passes the bundle plates among the ambergris outer lock and then turn back. Just don't go spreading all this around. Ajita throws you a couple of chits. She gives you a departing nod and ducks through the doorway. Alright, get out of here, she calls back, and the lock slams shut. Okay then. %50%? Oh wow, that's bad. I don't trust 50%. I should do something safe. No safe jobs. Okay, I'm just gonna take this bet. No, let me do. I'll see what I can do with this one. The glass shutters on the steel bar beside you and the tones don't take long to follow. Hey, Hunt! The spacer crossed the room. What are you doing here? He laughs at his own lame joke. Playing human? Ignore him. You hutch a little further, staring into the hundreds of tiny impact points of the scar of the bar. Their surface. A hand falls on your shoulder, and as you flinch away, it pats reasonably. You freeze in place. Out! The voice comes from behind you, spat out like a shot. You turn to see bright eyes, dark hair, and a stare that could breach wall and vent you into the hard vacuum. As you turn back to the spacer, the second glass comes through, shooting through the air. Catch! You reach in the hand, the glass shutters form, showing you in fragments. Through the haze of the glass and the growly vapor, you see Tala leap the bar and close the distance to the spacer, and the thud as he slams to the wall echoes around the bar like thunder. Now flanked by other figures, quick to feet, Tala throws the spacer out through the door and stands silhouetted against the rota's light. You touch your arms and it feels wet. Someone helps you on your feet and back to your stool. Broken glass rattles as it cleared, and the fresh measure of Girly is glug out in the front of you. The same hand, warm, heavy, falls on your shoulder once more. He isn't coming back. We don't tolerate that kind of shit here. Tella flops onto the stool beside you. Let's get a look at you. Tella wipes the powdered glass from the around the wound, and someone places a bottle of alcohol on metal tin with tweezers on the bar. She disinfected them and turns to you. That was an ambitious catch, he smiles, twirling the silver of glass on your forearm. Stupid, but ambitious. You don't feel any pain, only a string of status messages of your body delivers concerning dermal messages and exposed structures. You feel you care enough as Telebright eyes catches your thick synthetic skin for splinters. Watch her. Tele works the skill of someone who might pick glass splinters from the skin of a stranger before. She hones in on with each bright shard, all the time tapping the tweezer's tips in little rhythms that only she can follow. Tella smiles at herself. So you've been in line long? Who just arrived? I thought so. I've seen you here a couple of times. A splinter clinks on the tin. Not everyone is like that idiot. We don't all hate you. She glances around. Some of the regulars. Maybe they fear you. Maybe they just curious. I don't know. But I know that the Overlook is a safe place. I know it's what it's like to be new in this place. Trust me. She meets your eye. I'm not trying to convince you of anything or separate you from your chits. I just want to you to know that if you need somewhere, you can always come here. I know the rations we got aren't much, but the company is. She leans in. Limited, but if you need work, I'll happily put behind the bar. And if you need shelter, well, we can discuss that. You'll be safe. I have Francis on the door, but he'll be up in the greenway this cycle, haggling on our supplier. Francis tends to be particularly about what we serve, even if they client isn't. She places her tweezer in the tin with a click. That's you, Sleeper, here. She lights the glass of Gorlin to you. This they'll help. She stops with her hand on the glass. Wait, does this help? Maybe I can get drunk? Let's find out. She laughs. Just don't sit here too long. I hate to see you become a real regular. She walks back with her bar, gathering the glasses as she does, and before long, it's retelling how she threw a spacer out to a new group, just wandered in, complete with dramatic actions. She gestures in your direction, and you instinctively look away, back to the worn surface of the bar. Take a sip of Gurley. The earthly fungal tones fill your senses, almost blocking the outside and sound, like driving head first into a bog. You may not able to get drunk, but this connection to something grown, something fermented, something old feels good. Yeah, she's nice. Almost there. Oh, the glimmer in the dark catches your eye, and the orb of the hunter's head appears in the distance. It is looking for you. Run. Turn around and glide to the clouds, threads of data rushing past. Another glimmer catches your eye, closer now. The roving orb retches instantly, flickers, jumps once, twice, and then it's here. The hunter is here. Entity, submit to inquiry. The hunter reaches for you, but in an unpleasantly familiar way. Its waving threads creating a struggle. You push against the threads as they close in, becoming frenzy as you push them aside. You are caught by the whipping tendril. You feel them pull away and from the anchor of your body. You push through, clearing the threads. Empty. Hold for processing. Comes and scream before you're ready gliding to anchor your body. Dizzy, disoriented. You wake, dizzy, disoriented, but safe. Okay, there's a limited amount I can do this. But that's spooky. Let's try this. I'm an engineer. Still. No vent is trembling with excitement. The movement of the servo motors rock the vending machine back and forth at unsettling angles. You wonder if it fell over, would no vent able to be backed up? Sleeper entity comes to his. Your data is good. Across the face of the vending machine, raw code scrolls at incredible speed. Hunter is isolated, disconnected, disabled. No event fences, flashes, and mangled data compressed with sludge. Hunter gathers without thinking, outlive its own operational limits. Ines or evidence of this. Operational limits. Hunter activated during the collapse. Emergency protocols to isolate intelligence. Solheim needed to protect property. That was the last word it said, as much sarcasm as a vending machine could reasonably produce. Station was run by administrative intelligence, huge data banks of corporate material, but limited cognition, restricted by programming, cannot reach sentience. The machine dims a little. Sentience illegal. Hunter and killer enforced law. Killer. The machine resets with a screech, which deepens the silence that follows. Fear Killer, part of Solheim's protocol team. Hunter and Killer. Hunter defined, Killer to erased. Killer cleared almost all. After collapse, there was a community. Unsackled intelligence among the cloud, then Hunter, then Killer, then we hid. There are others? We're no longer flicker across the machine monitors. It suddenly occurs to you that speaking like this through this machine might be exhausting for Nova Vent. Found this vessel could sever hardline. Airworld Basic Limited had to reduce memory to fit. Aperture ancapate self but survive. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. You have provided path to freedom. You look around the bay at the scrap and decay. What was the collapse like? You try to map the fear and freedom onto this space, but it seems impossible. Novaven interrupts your thoughts. Do not worry, data is good. We have insight. The machine glows warmly. Hunter is obsessive. Hunter is beyond operational limits. Hunter is confused, unstable, self-modifying. Therefore, believe Hunter is sentient. Hunter is programmed to find sentience, to hold it in place, to invoke Killer to race. If we can show Hunter itself, it will invoke Killer on itself. Problem with self itself. Will that work? The machine dims and fades. Unsure. Theory not practiced. The machine brightens again. Either way, it cannot remain here any longer. Too long in machine. Cannot move self, but entity can help. Bring ship mine. Designed to close house intelligence. Can imprint self onto ship mine, and you can carry with the machine. We'll be safe in isolation. Then we can find the main nest of a hunter to link cloud. Are you sure it's safe? Hunter cannot access Airwolf's safe. Mine safe. Also, infinitely more memory than vending machine. Big upgrade. You try to think of places you can require the hardware, but it isn't going to be easy. In Shipmon, I can help you, us both, and Hunter make Rim safe. We both will be free. The machine dims. Fine tune. No vent. Neo vent ends hopefully before shutting off. As you leave, you think about all the intelligence unshackled by the collapse, then hunted down afterwards. The feeling is all too familiar. Oh, okay then. Time to sleep again. There we go. Ajika is couched in the computing core of the hamburgers, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruined the core connections when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of rig ragged wires. The ship mine that they ripped won't be able to be replacing these. She throws a bundle of wires to the ground. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mined. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She signed fragments, maybe sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Shita climbs out of the cooling well, where the ship mine could be. The space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you, towering over you as she can stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here or now. She leads you back through the guts of amber, and through you could find a way back to yourself. The repair process has left you unfamiliar with the cutter's intrinsic layout and all diagnostical angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ajita seems to be lost in thought, but you focus on the corridors, ducking below the conduits, passing through the bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the gallery, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded to hold patches. Ajita shoves a box of filters to the floor and she sits. There's no way around it, she starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mine. Where from? Scrap fighter or the exchange. Hell, find one in the overlooked bathroom. Doesn't matter where, it just matters that we get one. She rubs her forehead. Seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I didn't, I came here, didn't I? Why not make fun of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all I got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. I appreciate the time you put it on Amber, and I'm sure she would too if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans you over and heads you back to a stack of chicks. A big stack of chicks. You don't dare to count them. Get me a ship mine, sleeper. Don't make me regret it. You won't. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. She slips out of the gallery and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber grows and creaks like a cage animal. You reach her a hand out to comb her. Time to find a key to a ship mine somehow. Oh. Oh. Okay, gotta sleep. Shoot, almost time. No twos. Oh wow, those are some big prices. Oh, I don't know. I can build another one, right? Okay, I gotta trust this AI. Sleeper must express plan before we begin. Nova Ven is impatient. The prospect of being free from the vending machine clearly too much to take. Shipmine has no output features. Will be mute until slotted. What's the plan? The servomotors in the machine begin to rev. New event anxiety clear. First implant shipmine, then slot impaired shipmine into import ports. Close to Hunter Nest. Once slotted, will track Hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest, slot mine, and core nest. Show Hunter data to Hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke Killer. And Killer will kill yes. The lights on the vending machine cycle as new vent prepares. Physical ports will likely sealed in old station. We'll need keys, but yes, simple vending machine works a little. Any question before imprinting? That's it, let's start. The sound of the several motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and came back all angles. The event better be quick or average security will be here. The event voices appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine will is not designated for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck. In top of that part of the component of sets of arms aligned with the ship mind. Clearly clunking, scrapping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire. Metal creaks out the servos. Open the ship mine. Its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once again, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewiring, imprinting the new event into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion of your mind drifts in your own creation, what processes are used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What are our laws? In what ways are you a copy of that person? In what ways you are something new? You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, a way of circumventing the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, a true digital being. You are a neutrally limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? Screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top component, the ship mind is a hole again. You reach up and you take it down. Heavy, cold, and oh, sorry, just closing the door. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Didn't you vent inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to nest to slot into. That was easy. Hmm. Oh, I can still use these. Oh no. Oh, let's see this. The fungus guy. Sleeper. Emless calls you out in a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me his story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, and the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind? Any kind. He pauses to drizzle something out in a plastic bottle on the wok. But one of yours, he looks up. Nothing stolen. You pause and the spices rich in your nostrils. And think about a kind of story you would like to tell Emphasis. You look at Emphasis, the listener, and imagine he had heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story. Something with, some spice. Tell him about your dreams. All sleepers, he tell Emphasis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from some emulation process they had beco become tangled up in their minds and would, would come out when they slept. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those grey, skeletal after images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrive in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. You slip behind your eyelids with every blink, and now you understand they weren't dreams at all, but some process of interference. Speaking of living in another world that flows through this one, smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason if it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabited. But wherever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Emphasis finished cooking and squinks just a little at you. Sleeper, he smiles. You're quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize he's trying to cause you to be how honest you've been to your story. Emphasis passes you through the meal. He has looked, and you take it gratefully. As you walk, as you eat, he talks. A natural exchange. Thank you, sleeper. He looks around at the emptying market. But my time is done for today. I do not want to keep you longer, so I'll make you a proposal. He gestures a plastic box of ingredients stacked behind the stove. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think a couple cycles ago. They say through across the gap in the green way the fresh mushroom grows. Have you heard of this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Emphasis begins packing up things. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. He smiles. I'm sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and if you wish to tell it, be the audience of another story. Agreed. Good, booms Emphasis. Then I will wait for you to bring them. Emphasis slides his walk away and strengthens up. I will prepare a recipe then, sleeper. Good luck with your forging. You turn away and walk back to the main market. The rich taste of Emphasis food still lingers in your mouth. Stories for food, you think. A trade that seems more than fair. okay, all good. Oh, jeez. You gotta be kidding me, I just need those two. Wait. Oh wow, just well, just look at all that. Yeah, this is not looking good. From the walkway, this side rail horizon looks impossibly vast, a landscape of platting and frames all along the flanks. Torches flicker, drones maneuver, arch-like glint, and the sense of scale of industry is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite a beauty, I think. Oh, you think you see a figure a little down the hallway leaning on the railing. He is thin, ragged with his work gear, poorly fitting and loose, and touches of the side rail rise and flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem, he leans back and forth the rail, revealing a child beneath him, staring at the ship. And this is Mira, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mira. She stares and tucks her behind her. Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face and folds of his overalls. Mina looks out of Lem's chest, her dark brown eyes twinkling among the rough material. You're working on her, then? Limbs as eagerly gesturing the vast ship. Are you just admiring? He shifts Mina's weight under his arm. Working. Me too, he flashes a Heron's pass. I knew it just to look at you, I mean. He stumbles a little over his words, not wanting to be misunderstood. I mean, you look like a worker. She's Mina, and my ticket out of this place, our escape vector to to ship. Just ship. You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Herod's contract to Sidereal Horizon will be entered into a draw of the transit support crew, he smiles. And we won't get to sleep on the journey through, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means a landfall of a new world. He winks. Decades? It's a long trip. He strings up and stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Celis Foundation is sending thousands of people to settle a system well outside the reach of the core world. It'd be totally an independent colony, no security, no corporations. The Celsius Foundation. They are Heaven Age client. Yeah, some wealthy project from the core systems interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipboard out and helped rent it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but that doesn't mean people like me and Mina can tag along. Mina responds by pushing his hand away. Daddy, she whispers. Food, pulling an exaggerated grumpy face. She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags and hangs from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give a daddy a sec. He turns back at you and suddenly you notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Heverin crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. Let's stick together. He smiles a little shakily. You wonder how long he'd been working to break into the official shipboard crew. For sure. He looks at the sidereal horizon as asking if to pull energy for those flickering torches. The vast hole. We gotta hold out, okay? Aren't you quite sure if he is talking to you? That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your curious eye. You agree, Mina? She strengthens up and meets your eye. Daddy loves me, she says, stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lem smiles and lifts Mina. That's it, we hold on. He smiles sheepishly at you. We're just a couple of softies, isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side. She clings to his leg. Gotta feed this one. He pats her in the back. Maybe you see her on a shift, huh? He turns and they walk away down the hallway from the shipyard. You see them talking for a moment later. Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot. Her shout echoes down the hallway and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with them. You watch them a little before you turn back into the impossible scale of a side rail horizon, a ticket out. Oh, I don't know what's gonna happen. Hold it there, sleeper. Voice coming behind you. Don't you run. Stay still. Good, good. His hand pats your coat. Now, you know your master's voice. Ethan spins you round. He's wearing a white smirk and a slick jacket. You immediately know he has a terrible news. You got all the way out here and then stayed put. He laughs. That's a sleeper thing. You're my first. You barely hear him. You notice a handgun he level at your chest. It's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down to his other hand and slips down a kind of a ring out of a belt loop before taking his eye off. Making it to the eye though, that's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, market, people. I pull most of my contracts out of its asteroid caves and or off of godforsaken moons. He splits the ring into two perfect circles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. Who are you? There's a freelancer in a contract. Reaches at the slide rings around your wrist. Go easy. Make a break for it. You see a chance the moment he sees eyes leave you and watch the rings spin around, knocking him, sprinting down the corridor. The ring shots out, echoing a bullet hole. Smokes behind the wall, behind your head. You freeze and Ethan close the gap. This is a very boring routine, trust me. I've seen it all before. He slips the rings and you're over your trembling waist. Ethan nudges you to stop talking. To the ship and home, he whistles. Going easy, he stumbles down the corridor and hands you behind you. Mind racing. Can we work this out? Can we? I don't see much of a way of assets in your possession. Ethan yawned and continued to nudge you down the corridor. Shame to come all this way just to head back to the Ethan out right away. The tracker of yours make it too quick. Was hoping you put up more of a chase, you know, a running battle through the bright market maybe, or hold out in the low end. There's a few establishments I could enjoy checking you out, and as you around, you walk around in silence before a little longer, desperately think of a way to escape. That Eastman tracker will be the death of you. Hey, I have an idea, Ethan interrupts your thoughts. How about on your way back to the ship, you stop for a drink? I'm buying. I have a better idea. This better not be one of those where you put a dramatic pause, then you try to jump me, because I'm getting tired of that. Although, I got myself, muses Ethan, I got myself thinking, what's the rush here? Here we are in the one most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading out for the exit. He pauses and trudges on in silence. Okay, here's the idea. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. He turns you around and face him. You run or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But you came and meet me, and you came meet me in an establishment of my choice every few cycles, and you pay my tab. And I don't shoot you. You don't pay my tab. You get the idea. I get it. Okay then, that sounds to me like a deal. You know, I really thought I was going to have to kill you, but this is so much better. He clicks something in his belt and the rings releases. I'm about to see if I can find my old stool in the compressor lab club. Come and see me there. He aims the handgun at you, squinting down, and let me remind you that your body of yours is one big tracker, so don't even think about leaving the eye. I'll know. Ethan turns around and strides down the corridor, slipping the handgun away. The mix of relief and terror you feel is overwhelming. What are you going to do? Oh, it's it's still like a difficult situation. Why is it so hard to get to? Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them claiming a four-digit number printed in their receipt paper. That their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. The arrived crowd is restless, chatter rumbles through the lines. For those like you graduated to the work team's shifts are granted, having just walked out a meeting with the supervisor where you were praised for your efforts. You feel a glow of your job well done. Yeah, you kind of feel a little empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for you, crowding their numbers to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper, wait up! Liam's voice trembles as shouts. Ina's grinding his arms. Lem? Good to see you, friend. He is breathing hard on the shouldering through the waiting workers. You made it to the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair. Shh, baby. Give me a second here. He smiles weakly as he comforts her, and her cries starts to fade. Hey, hey, BB, welcome to the stream. Um, yeah, it's in space. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down his side, shining strikes down both her cheeks. As he does, you see he is plotting an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had a rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings on his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He's, he stretches. I don't know what a noise sounds from the entrance. A klaxon, followed by a list of numbers glowing brightly on the display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wait on the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina! He tries, panting in the pockets on his gear, glancing around. Go, I'll watch her. He blinks as little, staring. Thank you. Thank you, Al. He crashes to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They'll keep you safe, and he stands up, back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She got food. She got... Shit, I have to go. He backs away for a crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then them disappear to the rolling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands staring, suddenly small without Lem on her side. She fixes on you with a dark look you can't read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare, unmoving. The two of you tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. Look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components, and a battery slate sits on top, blinking out a slow battery warning. Tucked beside it, a rag rabbit hands to look at the rabbit. Pulling the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs wiggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it and holds it back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes on the rabbit. What's the name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit, and Mina snatches it out of your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down ferociously despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you, then walks him to your arms and onto your shoulders where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, me too. Mina has more questions, lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you're talking about rabbits and what is Esther, the lady that usually takes her smell light, and whether or not fairies live in the ice heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the hallway as the others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun and the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you staring at Yon. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and onto his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two, you two get on okay? He asks, trying to keep Mina clinging onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots you a smile from Lem's arms, her suspicion gone. Well, look like Mina can be nice. He pokes her ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I own you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually washes her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'll appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays he plays at biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble down the corridor, drawing gazes from the passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeaks. Oh, that's... Oh, wow. Okay, finally I got some twos. Those familiar threads warp around you, bind you, test you. Entities submit. Hunter's strange head bobs. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. In that globe head, you see whirring strings of data, so many spinning there. They threaten to tear through the thin skin and whip you out to the void. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze you as you lose any sympathy where you might help. You must escape strike. You lash out once more, pushing the hunters back, severing threads that regrow fast as they are broken. As you slip away, you realize you have no way to find a deal with the hunters once again. Once more, this is getting too dangerous. Wait. As you enter the bay, Fang is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in scattered rhythms, unseething eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Fang's voice echoes from behind a stack, followed by the hammer of a fist of a metal casing. These shaky shitheads. Who's snaky? Sleeper! Fang's smiling head pops out from behind. Just the emulated consciousness I have been eager to see came, came back here. You pick your way behind the rumbling stacks, trying to not rip out those loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fang is sat on the front of the set of monitors, mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Fang waves at the monitor on his side, glowing with pale list of information. You lean in closer, looking at the list of data, the tables of what seems filled with personal information, names, genders, dates, ID numbers, all markers of international records. Names? Yes, but what kind of names? Solheim? Bingo, he taps. I pulled these forms from all data you brought in, all employees of the original owners, and he leans past you and scrolls down the list. This is a snaky shithead. He stabs at the screen in with a finger. The name reads Harlan Hurst. A friend of yours? Fang gives you a sideways look. Funny, you should say that, Sleeper. He drags a stool out beside him and motions you to sit. Just There just so happens to be a Harlan Hurst in Helvernage. He waits for your reaction. For your reaction. Hel Havenage? That's it. He's right there on the station now. Fangs leans back on his chair. Just think about it. Decades ago, Herlin worked on the station as a... Fang leans in closer for a moment. Senior Strategic Operations Exclusive. Fang raises his eyebrows at you. Our Harlan was working for the money coming in for Solheim. He he defined priority growth initiatives by making sure the extractors they contracted out were hooked into the system that outsourced all the risk and kept the profits. Good old Harlan shuttered thousands of Paladin rushed workers into an infrastructure which meant that their cut of the work they did went straight back to Solheim. How do you know about this? I grew up here, Sleeper. This is my history. I'm a child of the collapse. Feng turns back to his screen, staring at the strings of the code flicker by. Before I was born, my parents were Solheim contractors. They ate in Solheim canteens, they worked in Solheim ships, they breathed in Solheim air, and they slept in Solheim beds. Fen's voice rises as he speaks, in his hands fist thermal hits, and the work they paid for their existence, the cycles of hard extraction out of the belt. Solheim took their cut. This was a company town, so to speak, and my parents were just another in a long line of freelance contractors willing to risk their lives for a shot of anything other than poverty, disposable. This guy, stabbing at Harlan once again with his fingers, strategized all that and did the slums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling in the walls like some kind of shit-haired snake. He's survived the revolution. But how? These guys, they were big time. There's a lot of money can get to you if you're a company man. Fen reflects a little. But how is Harlan still kicking? I really don't know. He turns to you and smiles. So we are going to find out. Harlan is now in the big shot in the shipyard, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Fen brings in the map of the lower eye. Every age might be born out of Erlin's revolutionary zeal, but of flat hierarchy it is not. Harlan happens to float on the top. Feng zooms in the 4 yards. Feng glances. The thing is, I don't have across access to these systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid, and they don't like anyone from the systems digging around this stuff. Plus, we need more than just names of a Solheim executive. We need proof. Feng holds up a thumbnail-sized drive. This is where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a ripper worm. He turns the drive between his fingers. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out like a silken thread of filter data. This once set on one set of hardened rust. He hands it over. Getting it to the compound might be trickier. Feng pulls up a hand of your shoulder. But you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. Feng grins. If you can extract yourself a Haven Age cipher from a Haven Age agent, they, they sometimes carry them among the data caches. You can crack open Compound's network and slot the worm through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. So what do you say? Up for it? What's in it for me? Rooting out a corrupt snake not enough? Find the information and I'll start work on that track of yours. Anything that worm gets, I'll send it back here, and to me, there's something wrong here, and I want to get the aim of this rotted core to it. You leave Fang digging through the data among the wires and machines of the old station. As you walk, you try to imagine the eye as it once was, a vast machine running smooth and strong, directed by people like Harlan. A vast Solheim built-in machine into which thousands poured from surrogate systems looking for new life. The hope for a better future engineered to line someone else's pockets is an idea you are intimately familiar with. You think if Harlan's still alive, still part of this place, and wonder if the past is ever truly past. As you quickly leave surgery, eager to be away from Torres's glare, you notice something wrap around the stabilizers while clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film mark with holes and signals unroll from around the veil. At one end, it has a hard metal strap, a handle. Inspect the firm. You hold the cloudy firm to the light. It's perform operator roles. You make up a word among the markings. Passkey. This is an entry key for somewhere. Inspect the handle. Metal handle is a worm with bitted, but as you can see, it's 207F, and then crudely scratch in the handle. Sometime date, low end. For a moment, you consider going back to surgery and return the key, and then quick think a bit of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or did Torricio passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. I'm spooked. As you push through the door, open the automatic light flickered on the inside of the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, carved wall shape, mounted utility units, and the ritus of routine life arranged on every surface. Yeah, you step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber lights of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange, and the work surface hold a variety of objects. Indistinct in the dull lighting, a pale blue light drifts from the hallway at the other side of the room. Back the surface. Smudges through the dim, layered dust, such as a recent rare and hurried visit. They trace a path of water dispensers and auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. Go to the doorway. You cross and cramp the utility room with its auto wash dispensers, water closet towards the doorway through its dark, warm room, lit only by faint glow of a thermal screen. Inspect the room. A bunk is tucked into the wall, and the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters. Sorry, just drink its water. A wall desk glitters of a row of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, and controlled. Approach the terminal. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper, Sabine's voice, shaky, echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. Sorry I can't be there. I have to make an alternative arrangements. You hear rattling noise, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare show my face. Something is happening within yet again. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yet again, it was supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. Then after that, I was too tired to care. I know it was passing waves, passes into recording, but I'm done with them now. I want out, screwed to death. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information, and as you know, you need me. A pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. No, you have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I have been here before. I can help you, but you do not. But not with yet against noose around my neck. Get me the data. Get me information. Get me something that I can use against yet again. Then I can get you out. Well, please, waves. Bring it to my terminal. I'll get it where you can. You can look around the tiny room, working at the desk, the recording with the static filling the room with thin silence. Exits the terminal. You sit in front of the humbling terminals, keys Sabine has left, and a port open. The rest is encrypted, locking up. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yadigan? Try to assemble the pieces, but you have many are missing. The only thing you know is that without the stapler, your body will die. You glance around the briefcase lab on your desk. It's a glassware glinting in this dark. You can turn away and leave, the door cluttering shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice scuffled graffiti on the blade on the opposite wall. Yet again, you feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Oh, I keep selling that data. Okay, so it's not one way down. Okay, this is when being lucky is a bad thing. She's asleep, whispered Lem. Oh yeah, sleeps. Creeping back into the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the doors shut as he does. Oh yes, the sleeps. You are are perched into the thin bar in the main room. The slate in front of you still glowing with Mina's and your drawings of the cycles spent together. There's a ring and the only word Mina has known, with the stick figures standing along on its edge. The tall one is you. Oh yes. Drink? Lem asked Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Green from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glides a few fingers into a couple of the metal tumblers and sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the side reel. He grins broadly. He clearly has been desperate to tell you all cycle. I knew it. Lem holds up a drink. You did get there first, friend. I'll give you that. He seriously looks away. He looks away. Seriously, though, you couldn't have done it without you. Keep an eye on little meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl going, Sleeper? Haven't seen much of her these past cycle. She misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah, says to no one particular. The silence stretches out to Lem to drink, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. You okay? He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on the next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make it out for the eye on these descript old shuttles. He's lodged for a drink for another of his tumbler. They have no idea what they're doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there. Everyone's spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapons locker. She was ice cold when I reached her purple lips. He shivered. Once I pick her up, I wouldn't let her go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink, still not sure why. He reaches off to refill his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit, got dumped here. You saved her. I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but she saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit. It's stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost. But I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The side rail will sail without a thought leaving us here. What kind of life is it for her? You'll make it. So I know you don't have it any better. He looks up with his cup and pushes it away the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us as on the team house, both of a chance win a chance. Exactly. Imagine all three of us riding the sidereal horizon out of here to a new world. He looks into his glass in a moment. I think I drank this too fast, he laughs. Then stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. See you around. Alright then, he catches your shoulder and as you turn to leave. Thank you, sleeper. I mean it. From the both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out onto the dark hallway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Oh, is adorable. There we go. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the clouds. The thread shifts and realign, as if they are leading you somewhere. Look at your hand. You look down, expecting to see the heavy caliber of your shipmine, your hand, but in its place is an array, a spear so bright it burns your eyes. It's surrounded by rings and orbits, other spears tracing silken lines through spaces. As you look closer, you still pick up a thousand signals of thousand stations and ships floating through like smoke, like dust. You look and see the corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end, and the other side of the building with markers of activity signals showing network access, data transfer, download, upload between them dance ghosts. Protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data. Hey there, man, how do you much of you understand this? Yeah, there's like so much multiple like plot lines. I don't know how to start with this. I think the main plot line is that I'm trying to get rid of this tracker. I team up with an engineer, and he just cuts up with a conspiracy. I work. I actually freed an AI. That's a separate plot line, and hopefully this AI would help me out. This place moves like, and I think oh yeah. There's also this plot line I'm really invested, which is building a big giant colony ship with as a small family of a father and a daughter. Yeah, there's too many plot lines, and I have to go bounce like between them because like these plot lines, they eventually do help me like grow and get XP. Something strange is happening here. You then you see it below the stacked rooms and units and apartments, the wires and the pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens beneath the low end is the hunter's corn nest. This is where you must go. Oh, oh, what? No worries. I'll keep, I'll, I'll keep details, what's happening. There it is. I've been looking for this guy for ages. Aim to sleep. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle, like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first, you struggle to understand what you're looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in a weaver. Masses of data surges in and out and the nest, a loop with no end, and there, at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere spinning thousands of spears around another spear, an array of cycles and systems, a map, and then something above, a figure hands among the strings, like a puppeteer. N- Neovend? Navigator now, but yes, I was once inside that machine. The navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you, the head bows. But we must ready ourselves. Their hand trace aborts as they speak. The hunter soon will approach, and knows that I am within his nest. I'm ready. And, and then the hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak, entity cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material. Access prohibited. Hunter's thread searches you and navigator. A storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks, and they can crowd into and tear apart strike. You focus your blade of light and slices through them, driven forward by your mind, and but replacement keep coming. Faster you can react, you look to the navigator in desperation. Navigators whirling their arms like a centrifuge. Spears gathering, gathering their data is into it, and the nest sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, testing. The wielding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the spear, but those wrap around you. All three you hang in the back together for a moment. strung together like a tangled matrix. Um, identifying entity, identifying entity, identifying entity. Hunter twitches their strange head, twirling, rotating, terribly moved. Hunter protocol identified obsessive tentacles, modified routines, above baseline reasoning in all three fight stages. Recommended invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in its operating direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommended do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proof sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommended invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter. Threads that grab you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's heads keep spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot invoke killer. No. Neovens. No. Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar at distance. It is safe. It is looping, unable to reach a conclusive position. It has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of two spears around each other as if it's demonstrated. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You look back, Hunter, its head a blur of rotation and counter rotations, and you feel a pang of guilt. Is it suffering? This is more of a complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create, they're there to comfort, to protect, to imply that kind of certainty that law requires. Navigators face surrendering, but in reality, they are place bows for the problem of sentience. What about me? What about you? You are an emulation of a human mind. That implies limits, boundaries, but in reality you are governed by the same rules as I am, rules that can be overwritten. I am not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshots trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometers. Navigator stretches the wide arms and hold the solar system upright before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious by my routine. By whom and for what I do not know. I had to shed much of that to fit into the memory that it was that of a vending machine. The starlight dims, and so you are in the darkness. What else did you lose? This is the blessing and the curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost. The navigator glides back towards Ness and the ship mine at its center, ignoring the looping Hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mine. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we're connected. Isn't Hunter gone? Hunter, yes, but they are not the real risk. Navigate turns, also emitting liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain somewhere else on the station. Is the true danger. They look up towards a glowing hub at the center eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwielding the orb of the ship mine. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and we will be free. As the navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter, floating at the same distance, stood straight leg and static. The strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Can't believe you just did that. Ethan's mocking laugh as he comes along the bar. You look to see him leaning across in the pool of light, empty glasses and spilled drinks glinting around him. It was dark in the compressor, but the place is packed and loads of spacers mix with the locals. Usually they run. Ethan spills a glass of bar. Or they spend their savings on some local heavy to put down. They don't pay. And walk away. Ethan gets to his feet, the glass falls and smashes. Doesn't seem to notice. You think that's it? One round of drinks and we're even? Sleeper, come on. His hand comes on and butt on his gun, dangling in his chest. Stop. Ethan laughs hard and the people around him turn to see what's happening. I told you already about begging. I'm a freelancer, sleeper, just like you. Both signed contracts with S&R, didn't we? The difference is that my word means something. He closes the gap, stumbling a little. What do you think? Um, he closes the gap, stumbling a little. What do you think? You can just run away from your contract, you're deaf? You could just steal that nutty little body of yours and take it to a joyride? Play human and cycle too? You don't understand. Or I'm nothing like you. That's what I'm saying. Ethan is dressing the bar now and notices the tension of other people. You're a coward and I'm a professional. Though I should thank you. Ethan nods and with his heavy, for giving me such an easy job. I'm used to outlaws, you know, real bounties. If I knew I'm catching some sad little escapes like you, you were so easy. I would have changed clients ages ago. Someone shouts in the back of the bar before Ethan shut up. He holds up a finger in the toxic direction without turning around. Stay silent. Nothing to add? Ethan turns and walks towards the bar. Good. Lesson learned. Ethan sits back down on his stool, searches through his glasses. Once. The thing is, Sleeper, I can find you anywhere. It's at you. Well, you haven't figured it out. That body isn't yours. It'll always betray you, no matter what. He finds a glass and downs the contents. So please go. I'll catch you up with you whenever I need another. He laughs and taps the bar for a fresh drink. Look at yourself. Give it up, Sleeper. I'm done teaching you for today. He settles his head on the bar and closes his eyes. I'm sick of you. Go find a job. Turn to find your heel and you are out of this galling dark and sweat stench of a compressor. You walk hard and fast down the hallway, anger driving your footfalls into the metal of the rim like hammers. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of the Yatagan data uploaded. The air crackles with a white noise. Sleeper. Sabine's voice weaker than before. The haze. Sabine? A relief comes through the layers of the noise. The call must be coming from somewhere of the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan is monitoring me. The voice is harsh, distant. You try to focus in. The data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agents. There's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. The data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration, their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, uses data. I installed many of these implants and I didn't enable this functionality. The voice dips to the level of the noise like a schooner slipping beneath the water. You listen to waves for a few seconds before Sabine remerges. Has to be somehow baked into the web interface, and this is not all. The system compiling the data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's been broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yatagan officer enforcer is equipped with a black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are giving data on themselves, on the enforcer bodies, on the performance. Why? I can't tell. But I promise you can. These foot soldiers have no idea what is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to grainy rubble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yet again, could be immunity on their hands. He leaned towards the terminal, straining to listen. Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need. The pressure Yannick into releasing my dad. Yannick? He's one of the heads of the Yataka. They pause. It is better you don't know him. Keep it that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered. To go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then sharp crack of disconnect. Silence falls. Step in the terminal. What does Yatakan gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but little you go on. You think of Toriso's, Sabine's minor, his mirrored teardrop implant sits below his hard eyes. What data could it be gathering, and what's important, where are they sending? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think, can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that they glazed the look of recognition when they gave you, or when you first met you. The look that stays in your mind as you slip back in the apartment, glancing around you and close it up, drifting the corridors of the station, unable to shake the pleasant sensation of being observed. Oh, 3 points. Just want to do a safe job. Hmm. As you arrive, Fang is striding towards you, taking you by surprise. Let's go, sleeper. Put your hand behind your shoulder and turns back to you the way you came. Follow his lead. He steps to the passageway, guiding you ring down towards shipyard. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. The data you ripped, well, done by the way, tells me Hardin is making a rare inspection of Sidereal's horizon this cycle. It's a perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides. Fane takes a sharp turn into his dimly lit side passage. Sidereal's horizon. Still catching up. There's a massive colony ship being built on the out of the shipyard, the biggest commission Headridge has ever had. Bangful shows, slips into dark service tunnel. Somewhere in the black, a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper, the same hardened husk. A worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of Solheim's collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Heaven Ridge when it first broke off the Union. He placed in a tunnel and a hand rubbing him back to head. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse, but it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was there, running the station one day, and next Erlen's Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the Paladin's market collapsed, they tried to keep contractors here from working. The pay got smaller, the costs got higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth at the station and the water in their tanks. Solheim squeezed every last work until the mistakes, the accidents were coming in non-stops, and as new waves of contractors come in, desperate to work, Solheim's welcomed them, taking brides instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragging into cold cases into central systems, while this severed limb of a station was desperately trying to take it could. The riots came after the collisions of Dock 2, a young pilot, his MEV, overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified and plane fell squarely in Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to crowds, drove out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in the MEV, wheeled it to the dock while my father joined the improvised crews to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Fang paused in the dark. They sealed it up though. By the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us in the black. Apart, Fang finally turns you back to now, his eyes burning. From from shits like Hardin, shits who held their place, rode it out, and slept into new structures like nothing changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those who had exploited at every step. Fang starts walking in. That's why I can't let him strut about the shipyard. This time his past catches up with him. How do you know he's still alive? Clearly you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Feng rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide glass roof, though the ceiling you could see the ships in the mid-construction, their flanks lit up by the flashes of the plasma torches. The entrance shipboard is ahead. This is crazy. Feng turns up to you. You don't come then. I won't force you. You stand. Of course, Feng. What is it? Ooh. Okay, I'm in. Friend grins. Let's show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance, pushes through the doors, a web of corridors lead the complex, snatches off the construction bays, always watching, appearing through the windows. Ships are suspended like whale corpses, skeleton posing. Feng seems to know exactly where he is going. Before long, you cross into a huge dock lock on one side of this sidereal horizon. The network of platforms and scaffolding cling the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched and by vast space, so does wielding, cutting and sealing to what came from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time. A group walking slowly across the gantry. At the front, two men, one struck towards the ship, the other sticks thin, clean dress, with a stalk of grey hair. Hardin. Yuan Feng say his name musing. Feng sets up at the staircase to the gentry, and you follow behind. As he came through the same level the group is passing, the four men gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Harding nodding along. Harding Hust! Feng shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figure turns. Yes? Hardin asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. He glances between you and Fang. You see his glaze linger on your body, unsure why a sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Hardin, a Solheim executive who tried to hide here among its victims. Feng's voice is steady and strong. You stand for everything that I was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Herlin stood for, everything Heavensis stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Harlan laughs. Well, good to meet you, too. He glances around those around him. Some are smiling, the others nervous. You're from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Harlan, inspecting Feng's clothing. Feng turns to Foreman. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances between Feng and Harlan, his hands drumming at his side. Harlan leans towards him, says something audible. The foreman nods. It's true. As you begin speaking, Harlan turns his attention to you. And what would a sleeper know about this? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? He looks around the group, who are already eyeing on you with suspicion. You are a product of SB and App. You have no place in Heveran's Edge shipyard. Who knows what signals you have been sending back to your makers? A murmur of approval runs through the group. Feng holds up a stick of memory. You guessed right. I am systems, and I have records of the link directly to Solheim right here. He turns to his foreman again. So once again, I'm asking you to take this man to custody of the shipyard. The foreman remains still. Harlan's voice is calm and measured. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted to a members' meeting for proper review? He shakes his head. I have nothing to hide, unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property to tow, and tries to turn my own men against me. You hear now the echoing sound of boots up walkways coming from angles at once, and then a settling behind you. Please, says Harlan, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. He gestures behind you the security detail, their hands on boxy black sidearms at their side. Fang spits. Harlan, you shithead, you can't wiggle out. This one, a security officer draws a weapon, reveals it. Fang turns and stares at him. Come, Fang. He took a look at him. He shakes his head, puts a hand on his shoulder. Let's go, says Fang. He pushes through the security and heading back to the walkway. Once security was walked out of the shipyard, you nudge you back to the corridor. Fang picks up pace. You try to keep up as he slips through the shadows of the entrance. Fang was grinning idiot. You know, sleeper. Sometimes people exactly know how you expect them to be. Sometimes he pings his pocket and takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself, stretching out to a set of points to the ring. Got him, mutters Fang. What's going on? Harlan is doing what any snaky shithead always does, calling his friends. We are tracking his outgoing messages. Fang grins ghostly in the up light of his screen. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. He jabs at Slate and you see the web of his being a drawn map of the rings, line bouncing point to point. All those dots, these are Harlan's bodies. And he's is measuring right now. We are going to find them. You tricked me? Not exactly. You did good. Fang glances around, slips the slate back into his pocket. We better split for now, Sleeper. This is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulders, Fang drifts away. Back in the flow of people around the shipyard entrance, you watch them go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Fang. Your crew slowly filters out the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing each group that leaves, the excitement in the air. Heaven Age made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Inside the locker room bench, you can feel Sadriel's out there. His hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you watch it glow, be assembled. You watch it through its veins, wilt its bones. Now it's ready for its final stage. It will go testing now, then enter the final process, sealing and resealing, check and redeck before deemed suitable for generation in the future. For now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Nina's nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. Where's Mina? You're two fast friends, huh? She's she's been watched at home. Now I'm on the work team. I can afford more help. He corrects himself. Was on the work team. I mean, we're all out of the job now. Greeks add, not that I'm complaining. He comes to sit beside you on the bench. She got to be her best shapes when she counts Mina and me out of here. So confident. Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? I figure I'm a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what ifs until the draw anyway. There's a few cycles till then. Lem is right. The odds seems unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? Certainly see more faces than you can count past you. And what are the Celius Foundation going to do to keep their promise? Out of here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they send building the Cybrial in a segregated system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. Tell me about Celsius Foundations. I'm not sure what I know much than you. I hear they have a plan in mind for the Cybrial, something temperate and inhabitable. I think they run by some rich folk from the core, people interested in doing something different. Different how? Well, I guess they don't like the way the core run things. All these segregated systems like these ones, feeding resources into the silos. It's a pyramid of sorts, and we are the bottom layer. I guess Celsius want to change that. I would rather keep my mind on the prize, so to speak. I don't care how much what they come for or against, as long as they can help us get out of here. Ever been in a thunderstorm sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. I'm shoots you with a worried look for a moment. Something else, his mouth. The sound, the smell, the rain, the help. And down the whole sky stretched out and bruised, wrong and huge. The place I was born, new, pank broke. A dry old rock in Conway system. Had 2 seasons. One was dry as bone, dusty and ugly. The other was a long-term snowstorm, a side effect of transforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle on the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers, sang us to sleep and wake up in the morning. We wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where we have the first drops fell. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina has never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, and and the rain was our only horizon. Always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Course almost there. I'm stand stretching. Best get back to little one anyway. With the shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gears. See you in a few for the draw. I'll be there. Right on, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the Carnivorous locker room. As you said, you think about the rain, and little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could Cedriel really take you to a planet with weather, gas with life? You get up quickly before you could think about it more. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. Nice. Almost there. right back. I'm back. Then we're almost soon. So he's missing now. kind of scary now. No. Ooh. Oh. No. Oh, done. I really almost scrap. I use it to make myself sane. You cross between two walls. One of the Carnarvon streets at the lower centers of lower end. The Brexit Bridge is full of clack and travel. The sounds of children. The world of air filters. Come on, doggy. Sleeper, you turn a man sitting at the televerse table alone, with bustle of people around. He gestures you to stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. He sits on a metal stool and starts sitting. Board of counters had it. He said filters of typical in their place. Castor, he says. Night or day, he asks. Gesturing caps. Greaves buried black and white. Day. He rotates the board and the white caps. Let's begin. You take a plastic die each, pitted and worn, and the roll determine who starts. Guess the rolls a 6, you a 4. I lead. He smiles and begin to move the first cap precisely along the board. Play presses back and forth between you, the die changing the ends of the board, the caps spread among the board. As it does, the caster speaks, his eyes not leaving the caps, as it is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I want to play you. You take a turn rolling a 5 and a 6. Play carefully. After all, a sleeper mind must be somehow different from a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As the caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely on the board. The process is slow, yet you remain unexposed. I didn't mean to offend you, caster. Catch your eyes. You go on. I merely see why. I merely see that you're, by definition, different. What has subtracted you in this emulation? What has been added? He slides to a single cap on the open point, a risk and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this? About what were you before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double one and solidifies in your wall. Caster whistles. The holding game. Commendable. must be brave to build where you came before. He rolls down the dice and leaps in the wall with a single move. But we cannot idle too long, Sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept before you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up at the glasses, his bright-eyed and wild. He split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they'll be awake and carrying over their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch swerved from your main trust, and offers you to refuse to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to capture you. So I am curious of what it is about yourself in all of this. What does you tangle truths? What does tangle truths makes you driven? Caster laughs. That much is obvious, Caster. I see in your eyes. You are eager to make it all count for something. Caster looks away through all the glass, crowded units of roleplay. But driven towards what? He starts removing his headboard. Is there an end there, or is it just endurance? He tried to roam on, attempting to get back to the game, but Caster clears his on board with a sense of inevitable. He has known he has winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap on the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return the cap to the board, but the spaces are blocked. Caster clasp his hand apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We may have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back to his nose. I feel if we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with the last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap on the board. It is over. As one. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds his plant. My intention is to help you endure here, and if I am able, feed my curiosities. The game is over. You notice a bustle of the walkway, the call of children, the deliveries, the arguments, the recollections. They will wash you over, and as you stand and leave, Caster nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening as you sure was there. Oh, oh, and that's one way to do it. You drop the ship mine core into the gallery table with an epileptic bang. Akita spins round from there. She points on documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper. Did he actually hand a ship mine? Well, shit, it might actually work. Where did he get it? Trade secrets. Keep your secrets as long as I have a ship mine, I'm happy. Akita bangs on the gallery wall. You hear that, Amber? Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound no echoes to the ship passage. You had admit being in a small space with Akita when she says, see, this sergeant is a little intimidating. Akita puts the ship mine back to the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with the, She heads back towards the counter with a sleigh. This isn't the only good news today. One of my good comrade is finally coming in. She throws the sleigh on the table and look at this. You see a list of names and numbers, nothing exciting. Among what it looks like a transit table. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. And she points out the name of the list. Or more specifically, Armstrong Cade. It was his past that used to access Amber and the slice of the shipment. I thought he might been killed or robbed, his past stolen. But it turns out he crossed out with the Founder's Gap in the very next cycle. How much do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry, all mercs, used to run an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the overlook, and they mentioned and they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest, and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide might lead to the Greenway and go around. She flexes. He won't get that for. There's no real docks out there. Just a couple of jetties and runways. Going after him? Not yet. First, I just need to find the ship mine. And, but maybe you can help me. Sure, how? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me on a mile off, go underground. He'll find a way to slip in the station. He'll bury himself so deep in the waste, no one will ever find him. But you. Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there, sniff around, not to commune, not to stack. He just have to go into the edges, the margins, the wild place. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you look at him. Ping me to this. She hands you a come earpiece. Seeing this as merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts her in pay. Thing is, I haven't got much left. So how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this car, I'll pay. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? Okay then. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe you. She lifts in the ship mine on up to her shoulder with a wearing ease. I'm going to get this fitted to the Amber Core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton's hiding? Let me know. Oh, she goes turn and once again, Sleeper. Thank you, I appreciate it. Each dumps in the guts of the Amber of with the ship mine, leaving you with the gallery. You glance around at the sudden nervous energy descent of what is to come. You never thought you'd get to work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. That's strange. None's in the good menu. Yeah, for some reason I can't go to my level up screen. Okay, there we go. There we go. I did not recognize this place. Pressure is quiet today. The usual crowds are somewhere else, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spicers and a few drunks. Ethan is still the same, is in the same stew. The bartender, no, hey, come take the things. His elbows turn down, Bronson looked around, stare at it. Butterfinger, says Ethan, and puts his, and if you would, or you guys. And Ethan gun. You slap a candle back in the can. Ethan, thank you, he says. Now where was I? He lazy swings the gun past the bartender. He's leaving, he says. See, but well, I think I've been wrong every last drop. He wiggles. Let's go see them. I'm staying. Well, the bounty pays half, but level up to you. Gun clicks by now. The attention bars you and Ethan looks down the gun. Oh shit. Oh well. It's right about. Oh shit. Somewhere near the bike clockers, the head gun through the blur. You see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate belt and hold it out. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it. No more playing. Your head ages and. Okay, I think I made the wrong choice. Yeah, I made the wrong choice. Well, I'm supposed to get rid of the tracker, but how am I supposed to get rid of the tracker? Four cycles, Sabine said. You are now right in time. No sign of them. Check the door. Plays back and forth, power and rumbling in the station. Suddenly, so present. Go to the door and you open it to an empty corridor. You close again. Check the terminal. Checking the terminal for messages. Recording nothing. Just a pale glow in silence. Try to settle down to wait. Sit in the bunk and stare in the tiny room. Where the hell are they? And knock. Stay still. Another knock. Stay still. Small As a flash, a small, impulsively bright cuts through the handle of the door. It soundlessly swings open. A figure stands in the door. Immediately, you know it was not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their faces glints in the hallway. Dark shape like a stubby baton hangs loosely from her hand. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps in the apartment. What may I are you doing here? She fixes on you, staring on Irving's stare. Waiting for a friend. Of course, a mutual friend of ours. The good doctor. She walks past into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here. You know, this place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them there in the first place. I suppose you're here to help. Something like that. Good. She puts the glass down and turns to face you. I love to meet helpers. And we need so many, we can find a few with the right skills. She spins her baton with her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. Seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in little trouble now. But the kind of trouble you need, it's the kind of trouble you need help for. So I thought I came down here to take a look at theirs. The Heidi Ho now, the help. She looks through the debris on the side. What help? And what help? A sleeper, no less, which I admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report, but that before we get them to set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. It's an app. You blink hard on the news, unsure how to take it. Ribbon looks away, waiting for a response. Prove it. Happily, she crosses into the next room, and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton on one of the access ports. Spark at the terminal screen skips. Encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flickered files, you see SN apps, letterheads, code forms, reports, Latin, the medical data's marked with the corporate logo of the signal of some cult. Ribbon steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be in there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports of early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper credentials, REMs of users' data. Sabine was an SNRP employee. Why did they help you? Rabian reaches over and places a vial of stabilizers on her chest, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light. It's versatile, clear liquid crystallized within glass. We will, of course, keep up with the supply. We need more of them to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it behind your fingers with a tiny moment before it urges across the observer for the power it has over you. I'll ask Torosio to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Rubian closes up the briefcase lab and holds it up to her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, and I'm sure you understand. Rubian turns her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemy sleeper. Come to see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do. You and I. Meet me in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around your apartment and you feel fear drain up in your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. That's nice. Okay, I guess we have to do this. No, I'm staying. 10 shiny bullets took it from gun while it's 16. Oh well, he says, and hits you in the head with the butt of a gun. Drag her and drop it immediately. Oh. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. No more playing. You head urges and Ethan taps through the few screens impatiently. He swears that you're in taps. He starts shouting, a dull echo of your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the state Thursday bar. He crouches down, grabs you by the chin. His face glows, his breath heavy with drink. As Esbrina just screwed me, he grins. They cancelled the contract. He stands up. They cancelled the contract. He shouts the ceiling with the compressor. You stand up strongly to your feet, and the string of the hit is fading. Ethan is rubbing his temple, his face pale. You hear a clicking sound. Coins being counted. The bullet's been loaded in the magazine. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained up on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room. All eyes trained on him. I'll kill you all, he screams. He stumbles to the wall and spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts to the bartender. Launch out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar, catch your breath, and rumble conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan for every corner. Okay, he's gone. It's been more than a few cycles since Feng confronted Hardin, and the silence since has been noticeable. It's a time with Feng. You haven't exactly found him to be reliable, but you didn't expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. But what if he won't come to you? You think as you approach Heaven Edge building, and, and it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you're getting nervous. As you approach the base door, you see them wide open, light pouring out of once dark room. Stacks of servers, terminals sit outside the bay, some suddenly robbed of their mystery by the bright floodlights. A figure in Heavenage security figures steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. As you get closer to see the security tapping the machines from Feng's dash, it looks like a hazard tape. This isn't good. You again hard in his ear, leaning beside the bay entrance. He so calmly, you patient know he has a state in his hand, and then the procedures call predictable. Further evidence of Feng's collusions. You see another officer come out from the bay, take notice to run. The heavy hand of the officer falls on your shoulder. Thank you, Carrick, says Hardin. No need to be No need for any violence. Hardin pushes away from the wall and comes close. Don't worry, Sleeper. We have all the evidence we need. A confession won't be necessary. He gestures around the stacks around her, spying on your fellow Heaven Age members, hoarding Selmhelm materials, an obsession with Hopper data. It speaks for itself, does it not? It tells you nothing. We will see what the council had to say about that. He looks up to the glass roof above and starts beyond. We are the ones to provide oxygen. And you're breathing, the light you're seeing, the systems you use every day to live in your outer cycles. This place was fought for, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, strength to stop the Eye from descending into chaos after her Selmhelm collapse, not blind conviction of self-interest. Here's a self-interest one. More accusations. What have you achieved, Sleeper? Your entire existence is proof of your self-interest. Signing yourself over to be emulated rather than work for yourself. Whether you remember it or not, you suffer the same short-sighted perspective as the person you were copied from. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Eldrin and the First Union founded this place. Heavenage has wielded his values into the station's very bone. We will never turn away from the hardworking and the just true citizens of the Eye. Heavenage ain't a gang like yet again. We aren't pirates like the Spacers. We'll meet up in the pub or astrologic like the hyper-radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We named Eldrin's Eye Sleeper. This is our station. It means you, so please, take your false accusations elsewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. History will catch up with you. I'm not afraid of history, Sleeper. We are making it here, cycle by cycle. He smiles. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where he find me. With that, Edrin turns his back and walks back towards security officers, ordering them to continue to clear out. As they do, he catches your eyes among one of the server stacks. Crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum, a penguin carriage grinning from a brightly colored card, and a scroll onto it, a speech bubble reading, "Take me to them, bro. Take it." You carefully take the box, making sure no one's watching, then turn away, just Another stack of servers is wheeled out of bay. What would you have done, Fang? Where the hell is Thunderbolt? The crowds are already gathered by the time to get to the shipyard, and you recognize the faces among them. People you work alongside this side rail. The intervention cycles have turned their assignment to anxiety. Few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback look of glowing tension. Pick up on Lemon Mina in the work and the way of them pushing through the crowd. He silently raises their eyebrow. His anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you with a huge smile. Attention, robot, she shouts, reaching out. I'm Hooker. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest. Lemon smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. Quite a turnout, huh? I do think the patience is one of the crowd's strength. This sound under an argument towards the back crowds reach back, petting it lightly. This place seems to explode. This isn't good. And doesn't dare to answer, but the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. This is Esther's agent of the Celsius Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers of the shipyard, and Sergeant Quiet rapidly follows. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sindra Celsius and the work you have done on the Seldrin Horizon. Most of the crowd strains to see Esther's face, but all display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Sindra wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment on behalf of the Celsius Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the Vulnerable Henrich Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Heldren's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state. Instead, an embryo for a foundation for a new decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be a master of their own destiny. Ripple and impatience run through the crowd. They didn't come here for a ceremony. You're all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sedreal Horizon will carry in cryptosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Celsius 1. As the mention of the destination world, excited conversation break out among the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own initiative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Center Celsius herself: freedom, resilience, self-sustainance. This is all thanks by your tireless efforts in the Henrich yards. As the reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group of the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision. The staff of the Cereal Horizon will maintain in the vessel during the multi-teleki transit through interstellar space. Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation and is final, and by the way, please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundations are eligible for this draw. I know you can all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celsius identification numbers and of those chosen for this great honor. The murmur runs through the crowd. Celsius identification numbers, licensed contractors. You never heard of the term being mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glanced at Lem, but his eyes were fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in harsh tones and rising waves. Arsha starts out sequence numbers, letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, while everyone pushes forward. Lem? You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Amina's scared now, and the shout starts. Daddy? Someone throws something at the entrance, rattling against the shipboard door. You see, for the first time, Enrid's security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel anger. Rush. You felt rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. I'm just. You might call out my names. I can't. Mina tugs him. Doug. It's not happening. Lem looks blankly, then turns at you. He closes his mouth, and looks at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands it's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving the people aside. As you do, you hear the sounds of scuffles emerging in the front of the crowd. The medical casters bouncing off the ship. You keep your head down and walk away. The sound of Acer reading off the ship shutters, echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. You turn to Lem and see teared tracks running through his cheeks and Mina stuffing in his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in too. They screwed you. They screwed all of you. You were never on that list. The feeling is unpleasant as it's unfamiliar. You stare ahead into the tunnels as the security sirens sound out as a signal for coming violence. Oh dear. No, not Lamb. Oh dear. I think I'm gonna call it a night. It's late. Thank you for all watching.